Hello everyone, welcome back. We are back with more of Master Detective Archives Rain Code. And last time, the scientist that kept himself hidden away, he ended up getting murdered, and we had to use Vivia's forte to help us investigate the murder. Which I think we might still be in the middle of right now, so let's see what we can find out. Yeah, go wait for that to cool some. Alright, let's see. What am I supposed to be doing?
Maybe you should wait to go until after you report back to the others.
But if I let Vivia go alone now, I get the sense we'll never come to an understanding. I'm sure Vivia has seen something. That's why he's afraid of the truth. I also want to see what he sees. It may help me understand better.
Are you alright? Did his cryptic way of talking infect you? I hope this isn't a side effect of your coalescence.
I said I'd continue the investigation. But where do I begin?
Huh? I thought you already had a plan.
Nope.
You don't, huh?
If you have any expectations for my actions, then you're in for a disappointment. I'm good at avoiding trouble, but I'm terrible at handling it. I try to stay still and just let things pass. That's the kind of human I am.
That's because spectral projection allows him to investigate without moving an inch.
So, what have you learned about Dr. Huesca's death?
Well, I gathered some clues, but I still have no idea how the culprit entered the area.
There are only two reasons a mystery goes unsolved. Either there's not enough information, or not enough smarts. There's no point in crying over the latter. Which means there's only one thing we can do.
Should we search the scene one last time?
No, the missing piece might not always be at the crime scene. It could have been launched far away, like pieces of shattered glass.
So you're saying we should check somewhere else?
I'll let you be our guide here. But I'd like to request minimal movement. The shortest possible distance.
Hey, Master? Are you sure there could be another key to the mystery somewhere else?
We did finish investigating the actual crime scene, so it could be a good idea to search elsewhere. We can use spectral projection to enter anywhere and look.
Alright, so we do have more investigating to do.
We don't have much time. We have to check the rooms we can access.
Alright.
Barge in and check everything.
Well, we'll barge into the ones that Or marked on the map. How's that sound?
I have seniority over you when it comes to being a soul. You better listen to what I say.
Okay. Well, okay, that's not the door to this room. I guess the door is over here. Okay, yeah, here it is.
So, what room is this? It seems to be locked.
I told you, it's just storage. They keep it locked up because there are some confidential documents inside. Among us researchers, we treat it as perpetually sealed off.
Well, unlock it right now. We need to see if the detectives are hiding inside.
The only key is held by the Peacekeeper's director.
What? Director Yomi has it? Aren't there any other keys?
No. The Peacekeeper's director personally manages this area, so he has the only key.
I see. Guess we don't need to look inside. This conversation never happened.
Right.
Peacekeeper Director Yomi holds the key to the storage room.
Only the director has the key to this room?
There's gotta be some kind of secret here.
Right, let's take a look inside.
Yep, let's do it.
From the look of it, it seems like ordinary storage space.
The files lining the shelves appear to be mostly old research logs.
Everything else is just junk and experimental tools. Guess this has nothing to do with the incident.
Nothing here seems to pertain to homunculus research or Kunai Ward's ultimate secret.
Huh? How do you know that?
There's a section with a missing file. He probably already disposed of anything he didn't want others to see. The secret we're looking for won't be here anymore.
So, the evidence has already been destroyed. After we finally found the secret lab, too.
Well, is there anything to check out in here?
I'll find out for you.
What did you find out? What you got? There's nothing here.
Sorry about threatening you with the blade earlier.
I was so scared. I thought you were going to kill me. You weren't serious, were you?
Why wouldn't I be?
Huh?
To tell the truth, I wouldn't know if I'd actually slash your throat until I was about to do it. Although, there's a good chance Laura and the others would stop me.
So, you were serious?
I don't want to kill anyone if possible. I don't like seeing blood. But yes, I was serious.
This guy is dangerous.
Yeah.
At least he's being honest with us, so let's see. Is there something else to check? Oh, what's this?
Huh? There's a folder on the desk. The desk is covered in dust, but the folder isn't. Amaterasu lab map. Huh. I guess it's a map.
Well, yeah.
But it's empty inside.
There's nothing else here. Seems like we weren't able to find anything of note. Sheesh. I was hoping this suspicious experimental lab would have a hidden passage or two.
For now, let's finish our investigation here and go to another room.
Such a pain. But I guess we have to.
Missing file. A section of the files on the shelf is missing. Whatever he didn't want others to see has already been disposed of. I guess that is it for this room. So let's get out of here, I guess. Okay. Oh, this way.
This is the central lab. The Chief Yako was attacked in this hallway. Let's see if we can learn anything. The gory bloodstains are still here. They're from Chief Yako. This is where he was attacked by the hitman. Damn it all! If I'd only gotten here earlier, I could have changed his fate.
Yuma, did you see the hitman's face?
No, not clearly.
Then how do you know it was the hitman?
Because Chief Yako said so himself.
The hitman. Think. The slaughter artist.
Yako's statement. Yako testified the hitman attacked him.
Also, the knife which was used to stab Chief Yako has an F inscribed in it.
Ah, the murder weapon always used by Fink, the slaughter artist.
You know about it?
I did some research after we got that note from the killer. I am still a detective, I suppose. He uses his knife to prove to his clients that he committed the murder. Setting that aside, don't you think these bloodstains are unnatural?
You're right. There are some strange marks, like something brushed against it. Considering the chaos at the time, I don't think it's odd for a mark like this to be here.
Look closer. This mark appears to have been made with someone's bloody fingertip.
Is it a dying message?
Could the chief have done it? Was he trying to tell us something?
No. It's more like he was trying to reach for something, rather than write out words.
Oh. Was there something in that thing?
What could he have
there?
been reaching for?
Master, maybe it's that houseplant over there.
Maybe there's something about this plant. Oh, Vivia! Something's hidden behind the pot! A photo and a map?
Isn't this the map of this lab?
Could it have been taken from that folder in storage? But why would it be here?
As for the photo, I have no idea.
The photo shows a young man and a woman. The woman looks like she's wearing a lab coat. Is she a researcher here? The man is covered with blood. I can't see his face very well.
You keep staring at that photo. Did you fall in love with the woman? You really fall for every girl, huh?
I'm just checking for clues.
This is a clue? You don't know the connection between the case and this photo?
I don't. But it has to be a clue. This bloodstain was made by Chief Yako as he tried to hide this behind the pot. He left this clue and made sure the culprit didn't find it.
By using the last of his dying strength?
He's not dead!
Lab map. A floor plan of the lab. It was found hidden behind a houseplant. Photo. A photo of a young man and woman.
This is the robot lab where we picked up Amapel. Let's look it over again. Okay, I'll be right back. Just a moment.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I need to. There's still two areas to check. I want to get that one first. But how do I get to it is the question. Let's see if going this way gets me there. Oh.
Oh,
We can see inside the lab from here. It looks like the spiral staircase goes even further down.
I'm really digging the vibe here. It's like they set out to make the most cyberpunk looking place ever.
I think I've read that before, actually. Okay, so I gotta find a way. Maybe. Can I go this way? Is there a way to go this way? No? Ah, here we go. Let's see, and then I need to go this way, I think. In here? Can I go in here? No, okay. Where am I supposed to... Oh. Oh, fudge. The capture card. Just a moment. Alright. It's right here somewhere. Do I need to go down here, maybe?
it says
Oh.
this is the electrical room.
Let me see if I can catch
Who
what she
would
was
find the
saying.
reason for the blackout here?
Nope. I don't think it's anything important, though.
Let's check it out.
Here we go. Yeah, okay, she just said.
There's another one, Master.
Yeah. Okay, what does Vivi have to say?
By the way, what made you suddenly decide you wanted to take part in the investigation?
Didn't I just tell you why? There's no mistake that the truth you seek is dangerous. But peace and quiet may crumble away. But I remember the chief's words. Beyond the truth may be something far more important. I must see what it could be.
Sheesh. I don't get it. What in the world is he talking about?
Wait a minute. I wonder what lies beyond the truth.
What are you trying to say?
Can he hear her? I mean, it hasn't said anything about her, but...
This is...
I wonder what this device is. It's way bigger than what we saw in the lab.
It's probably a machine for recording research logs, right?
There's no way I can find out right now. Let's look elsewhere.
This is...
Okay.
It's really true. I saw someone suspicious right here.
Was it before or after the blackout?
Right after the blackout. I happened to be nearby when the lights went out. So I came here to turn the power back on. and I saw a dark silhouette pass right through the shadows.
That doesn't really tell me much.
Please believe me, it must have been the hitman.
So someone suspicious was wandering around here right after the blackout.
Does that mean it was caused by the hitman? Why would he do that?
Electrical room eyewitness. Right after the blackout, a researcher witnessed a dark silhouette pass through the shadows.
You can do it, Master!
Oh.
There are a bunch of switchboards. Looks like the lab's power system. If this was shut down, there'd be a power outage in the lab.
All of the power to the lab seems to be managed here. Wait, I don't see a switchboard for Dr. Weska's lab.
That reminds me. Dr. Weska said the critical lab was on an independent system.
This critical lab operates on a separate power system that obviously includes its security measures.
I see.
That was a rather indifferent response from Vivia.
Maybe he's bored with the investigation?
Security power supply. The critical lab's security system operates on a separate power system than what is managed in the electrical room.
This is...
That's everything though, right? Everything in this room, rather. I think. Yeah. Well, let me try talking to Vivia again, I guess. What lies people truth? Alright, I guess we're done
Yep.
here.
Use the stairs so you don't get mad.
Oh. Is there something here to check out? Yep.
Hey, is it true that Dr. Weska was killed?
Yeah, just like that note said.
But why send a death threat? It'd be a lot easier to take someone out if you don't announce it beforehand.
It's a hitman we're talking about. Maybe it's his policy or something.
That's a good point. What was the purpose of sending that note? Plus, not only was it sent to the targets, the doctor, it was also sent to the peacekeepers and our detective agency.
Doing that would just increase security around here, making it even harder for the hitman to do his job.
According to my research about Fink, the slaughter artist, he's never sent a note like that in his previous cases. At the very least, it was not his MO.
So, this time is special?
Well, who knows?
Death threat. According to Vivia's investigation, there has never been a case where Fink the slaughter artist issued a death threat.
I see. Hey,
Looks like it's packed full of research data.
That's true.
It doesn't look like it's working. I wonder if that's due to the blackout.
I don't think we need to spend any more time here. It's not like you can even touch anything anyway.
Yeah, but it gives me more detective points. And let's see, what's this?
oh,
This lab seems like a private room.
You know,
Even though there's been an incident, nobody seems to care.
They probably care more about research than people. Come on, let's look somewhere else.
Wait, really? I can't go up the stairs? Is there anything else to check out in this room? Doesn't look like it. So, what am I missing? Did I miss something down here?
you better hurry or you'll run out of time.
No. What do you mean run out of time? Okay, there was something here. Do I need to talk to her? Or listen to her? No, I can't. Let's see, I checked that room. Oh, hi. This inspection equipment looks like it's meant for use on humans.
Yeah, that's right.
Body mods are so exciting.
I'm not excited at all. It doesn't look like it's been used recently. Probably unrelated to the case. Seriously, what am I missing? Because I looked everywhere in here, I think. Yeah, I checked that. Is there anything else in here to check? Inspect machine. No. What about over here? It's a machine, but I have absolutely no idea what it's for. It looks like it's undergoing maintenance right now. A researcher is doing an inspection.
For now.
It's not being used today, so I'm thinking it's unrelated to the case.
See, I don't get what I'm missing here.
What?
Oh!
Yeah.
A number of cylinders are lined up. The pipes stretch out of the room. I don't think we'll find any clues here. We should try elsewhere. Maybe so, but it's getting me a lot of... let's see.
Master?
You're rushing things, Master. You won't be able to solve the case if you don't carefully gather info.
Sure.
Right, sorry, I'm just worried about the chief. Okay, so I can't go that way yet. See, I don't understand what I'm missing here. If I can't go in... Let's see, I've been in here. Oh wait, maybe I haven't been in there. Hang on a minute. Okay, no, I haven't.
This reminds me. You went inside Dr. Wesker's lab before, right?
Yeah, just once. I was forced to help deliver some food to him. I think it was about 3 months ago.
And he's been shut in there since, right? I'd go insane.
But the doctor was famous for being antisocial. It was probably the perfect environment for him.
Still, this is a bit extreme for the sake of avoiding people.
Anyway, when I brought in the food, he made me check inside those boxes repeatedly to make sure no one was inside. Not that there was any space for someone to hide in. The guy was just...
Ugh, but I was just what? Dang it. Not that there's saying space for each one, the guy was just paranoid like that. Ah, okay. It's a machine with space for something to be placed inside. I have no idea what it's used for.
Well,
If only you weren't in ghost form, you could touch it and find out.
Even if I had my body, I wouldn't touch this. I might break it. Okay, we're done. Okay, now we're done here. So now I need to go around and get over there. Before I do that, just a moment. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I just saw I had some messages on Discord. But yeah, I'll be right back, so just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Let's continue. Let's see, I got one more room to check. Let's see, I already checked that. Can I go in here now?
Hey, listen up. The reason Dr. Wesker died? Is because he deserved it. It's called karma. He always insulted my research. Serves him right! Serves him right! Oh, sorry. That must have hurt. This is also his fault. They still haven't come back with that Amaterasu I lent them. I'll take a bath with it once it comes back to me. Oh, but that means I need to start researching waterproofing it.
Oh dear.
I think I've seen something I shouldn't have.
Yeah, something like that.
He certainly has a grudge against Dr. Wesker.
I guess it's easy to find out what people are really thinking when you're in ghost form.
My forte exposes anyone's inner life and encourages them to tell the truth. That being said, it's thanks to this ability that no one comes near me anymore. Which is what makes you special, Yuma.
You think so?
You're way too naive, Master. It's pretty much a sickness at this point.
Alright, there's still more to investigate. Well, good for you.
This place.
I think they might be testing robots in here.
How else would you check if they can handle high voltages and toxic gas?
I don't think that's what they're testing for.
This place.
Really? I don't get any points for that? Fine.
Oh, oh.
What's up? I don't see anything I can investigate there. Oh, here we go.
There's a manual for Amaterasu. I already know most of the controls, but I should read this. Amaterasu can be controlled via a special tablet device. Watch the camera feed from Amaterasu's eyes while you use the key buttons to control it. You can also use the mic to communicate via voice. For safety, the ends of the arms are ball-shaped, but can still be used for actions such as pressing buttons. However, while extending or retracting an arm, the controls for the camera and body do not function. This is to prevent the arm's wires from being tangled when children handle it roughly. It has a load capacity of 100 kilograms and is durable enough to withstand most falls. The sales pitch does say, withstand play with your rowdiest kids and tough enough for an elephant to stand on.
It's exactly as the researcher told us.
Yeah, there isn't much other information.
Amaterasu's design. Amaterasu is sturdy and has many features. Alright, done with that. What else is there to look at?
I'm starting to get attached. I think we could be friends.
Okay, that's it.
I think that's about it.
Alright, we're done with the investigation, I guess. Because I think I've checked everything.
everything I could.
I knew it! You didn't get any clues for the case.
We have learned a lot here.
What?
But what did we learn?
That's all I can do to help. After all, I'm more interested in the story than the truth. I think we should return to our bodies soon. There's not much time left.
Oh, then I'll go back too.
We're just going straight back there now? Or do I still have to walk back? Okay, yep, we're going straight back.
Hey, you're back. How'd the investigation go?
Well, I managed to get a lot more information thanks to Vivia's help.
Whatever, just tell us what you found. We don't have time.
Sure.
So nothing you found leads us directly to the culprit. Oh, damn.
Yeah, sorry.
If only we could get a glimpse of Dr. Weska's computer.
What could we learn from that?
The security logs. They should be saved on the doctor's computer. If we could check the logs, we could clearly see the security system status. With that, we may be able to figure out when and how the culprit entered the lab.
Can't you check the logs with that computer instead?
I can see that the log file exists, but you must log on to the doctor's computer to see what's inside.
You were in the doctor's lab. Why didn't you check his computer?
You cannot touch anything while using spectral projection.
Yeah.
So obviously, we couldn't mess with a computer either.
Well, why didn't you possess a peacekeeper in the room and make him order the others to do it?
I don't think it works that way.
Don't be unrealistic, please. The ghost form isn't all powerful like that. It cannot take over someone else's body, nor can it be heard. In fact, you weren't able to hear the conversation between Yuma and me when we were using spectral projection.
Master, I think you should carefully remember that spectral projection trait.
Huh? Why do you say that?
No reason. I just have a feeling.
Ghost form traits. Ghost form traits, as heard from Vivia, there are several limitations. Okay.
Since it can't be done with spectral projection, someone has to go back there and look at the doctor's computer, right? That's basically jumping right into enemy territory!
This is bad. His heartbeat.
Are you serious? Is the chief gonna be alright?
Don't just stand there!
Right.
Laura, I don't think you're supposed to do it that fast.
It was only a matter of time to begin with, but it looks like that time has come.
No! What should I do? At this rate, it'll be over for everyone.
I mean, not that I know how to do CPR, but I didn't think you were supposed to do it that fast.
Vivia. I refuse to let it end without saving anyone.
To be honest, even if you want to go to the mystery labyrinth, you don't have enough clues.
So you're saying we can't do anything until we check the doctor's computer?
Hey, Master. You've always been relying on others until now. Isn't it time for you to handle this by yourself? You may be a trainee, but you're still a detective. Try to save everybody on your own without asking for help.
Save them all on my own?
Nah, I guess you're really not that type of person, Master. I'm just teasing ya.
Yuma, what's wrong?
I'm heading back to check the doctor's computer. We have to find the final clue.
Wow.
Wait, are you heading in there as yourself? Do you know what you're doing, Yuma? It's all over if you go out there and get caught.
Thanks to our investigation while in ghost form, I have an idea where the Peacekeepers are located. Now is our only chance before Yomi comes back with more Peacekeepers.
All right. I'll leave the investigation to you, Yuma.
Hey, are you sure about this?
Our hands are full just trying to treat the chief. We have no choice but to leave it to Yuma. The doctor's computer should have the security log and other important data hidden inside.
Right, I'll see to it.
I should join you. That way if you get caught, I can use my forte.
No, Fubuki. Please save your power for when everyone is in danger. I'll be fine.
Reversing time takes a lot of energy, right? It should be saved as a last resort.
All right.
I'll stay here as well.
Why? You should go!
There is nothing for me to do. Besides, even if we found the truth, it would not improve the situation here.
So you're just gonna give up? You gotta be kidding! Fine, I won't waste time asking you anything anymore. Just go to sleep or whatever. Yuma, you're our only hope. Show him you're no longer just a rookie.
Right, I'm heading off now.
Master, you're acting pretty cool.
I am a detective after all. Well, a trainee one.
Seems like my training is working. Oh, and Master? Regarding the clumsy girl's time rewinding power, you should probably keep that in mind too.
Huh? Why?
It probably has nothing to do with the case. Just a feeling. You know, just in case.
Sure.
Fubuki's forte. Fubuki's forte can turn back time. It was used while controlling Amaterasu.
Alright, let's move carefully so the Peacekeepers don't spot us.
Okay, so I just need to get up there. So maybe don't run this time.
Master, did you forget? There are Peacekeepers up ahead!
Oh, so I need to go another way? Okay. Or can I go this way? There we go.
I managed to get here without being seen, but there should be more Peacekeepers up ahead. I better keep moving and stay out of sight.
Well, good luck with that, because it's a straight pathway. Guess I'll just keep moving slowly like this.
Wait, what if some toxic gas is still lingering around? Nah, just kidding.
I hope you're kidding.
I knew it. There are still some peacekeepers. But once I'm at the computer, I'll be in their blind spot.
How are you going to get past them?
I just need to reach the computer without being seen.
This mission is impossible. Master, you gotta make sure you don't get clumsy.
Alright, let's go slowly.
There's no time. We need to hurry up and check the doctor's All that's left is to check the computer.
Who's there?
Damn it.
Oh no! Jeez, I told you not to get clumsy!
You're that terrorist detective. How did you get here?
I'll catch you and report to Director Yomi.
Master, you'll have to take a chance in the mystery labyrinth!
Wait, I didn't check the computer yet. I have to do that before going to the mystery labyrinth.
Then what are you gonna do?
What do I do?
Just come quietly. Resistance is futile.
What's the matter?
Oh, my hero. Oh, what do you do? Oh, again, who cares? My hero.
Sheesh. What a pain. I want to die someday.
Wait, what is that? Wait, what the fudge was in that thing?
Vivia, you came to help me?
I always like to keep this syringe in my pocket.
Yeah, what the hell was in it?
He walks around with a syringe. He's like a walking cop magnet.
I know I should leave you alone, but curiosity got the best of me. You are like death itself.
You said that before, but I'm not the death detective.
No matter. I will be a witness to the end. Once you obtain the truth, I'll see if you choose to scream or fall silent.
I don't get what you mean, but you really saved me. And now I can check the doctor's computer. Vivia really helped us out there. Let's wrap up this investigation now. It's not locked. Oh, thank goodness.
Yep. I guess I don't expect anyone to get this far in here, so their security is crap elsewhere.
No one could enter this room, so he didn't need to set a password.
Yeah, okay. What he said.
Time to check it out. Let's see. Security log, reference folder 1, folder 2, folder 3.
Well, what are you looking at? And what did you find out?
Well, basically, when the security system is turned on or off, it automatically records the date and time in the log. So if someone cut the security and entered this room without permission, it would be recorded in the log.
Uh-huh. I don't really get it. I'm not into modern machines and stuff.
Huh? What's going on here?
What's wrong?
The only instance of the security being switched off was an hour ago. It hasn't been turned back on since. So that means this must have been when I used Amapal to disable the security.
Right. So what?
Well, the last time security was cut was 90 days ago.
90 days?
Which means that security was up for at least 90 days before I disarmed it. There wasn't a single moment that security was cut during that time.
Security log. Records show the security system was disabled an hour ago. The last time it was disabled before that was 90 days ago.
This old man was cooped up in here for 90 days? He's a bona fide shut-in!
think we already knew that, but thanks, Shinigami.
That's not the problem here. There's no record of anyone coming in and out of this room. There should be a log of the hitman entering before we did.
Oh, right.
Since there isn't, the doctor couldn't have been murdered here. It's the perfect, impossible crime.
From the looks of it, it appears we have strayed further from the truth. The files are formatted to prevent editing. There doesn't appear to be signs that the log was rewritten.
We've checked the data, but it's just made the crime even more impossible.
And thus, the mystery deepens. Mysterious.
It's not over yet. There could be more secret data. Halara even mentioned it. His emails haven't been deleted. He's been communicating a lot with the same person. One message is fairly recent, too.
From... just a moment. From whatever the heck that name is, to Doctor. Doctor, we have trouble. Someone has discovered our deal. You should go into hiding for the time being. From Doctor to that name. It appears it's time to call it quits. We profited enough from this already. It's too dangerous to leak research and confidential information any longer. I shall fully withdraw from here. With this money, I will fund my new research. From... Seriously, what the heck is this name? To Doctor. Are the rumors true? You intend to leave Kanai Ward? Doctor, don't tell me you're planning to take the research and run. I hope you already know this, but you have nowhere to go. What's the matter, Doctor? Are you ignoring me? I will not permit any betrayal. I've told you before, but you have nowhere to run. Prepare yourself.
This is...
quite a suspicious exchange. I'm sure Doctor refers to Dr. Huesca, but who is the anonymous person?
The address is just random characters jumbled together. It'd be hard to figure out who the person is just from this.
The doctor spoke to a mysterious person about leaking research and confidential information.
Speaking of which, Makoto mentioned something similar.
Well, this is just a rumor, but someone in Amaterasu Corporation is working behind the scenes with Dr. Huesca. I don't know what they're plotting, but if this rumor is true, they must be dealt with eventually.
So his suspicions were right. Searching through the backlog of the emails, this appears to have been going on for over 5 years. But it seems like their relationship soured about 6 months ago. I guess the doctor wanted to cut ties.
So the doctor plotted to leave Kanai Ward, and this anonymous tried to stop him.
It's more like he directly threatened him, if you ask me.
The doctor's email records. The email records of Dr. Huesca and Anonymous. There was regular communication between them until just recently.
Could Anonymous be the one who hired the hitman?
The doctor betrayed him, so he sought to kill the doctor. Makes sense.
The doctor didn't shut himself in here just for research. He did it to protect himself.
He felt Anonymous posed a threat, so he barricaded himself in a lab with impenetrable security. That also makes sense.
Doesn't change that he was killed while all that security was in place, though.
But he sure didn't act like someone living with a death threat, right?
Either he was that confident in his security, or it was just a facade. Regardless, this Anonymous is very suspicious. If only we could find out who this is.
Even if that person hired the hitman, we still don't know how he got inside.
Mm-hmm.
True, that is the biggest puzzle here. How did the culprit get through such perfect security and murder the doctor? If we don't figure that out, the case can't be solved and our innocence can't be proven.
Huh?
What's up, Vivia? Oh, shit.
What are you doing here?
You again? What are you, anyway? Were you born just to get in my way? Or was this all fated from the very beginning? No. Fate is just an excuse for defeatists. Alright, fine. You're not just some shit in my path. You're an obstacle in the way of my ideals. A piece of trash. Trash must be dealt with properly before you rot and start to stink! What's your name?
Really? He didn't know his name this whole time? I guess it's possible that we never really told her.
Yuma Coco Pet.
I see. I'll make a path through Kanai Ward's sewers with your name on it. Of course, it'll be named after your bones once they're dumped there. Hey! Capture these criminals! I'll execute them on the spot!
Shinigami, can you do it?
Of course, Master! We're finally acting like partners! And of course, it's all thanks to my patient training!
To the mystery labyrinth!
Mystery labyrinth!
Yep. Welcome to the party, Vivia.
This. I see. So this is your true power. Yuma. I knew you were dangerous.
No matter what you say, it's already way too late!
Oh! Wow!
I want to die someday.
We know.
Down the rabbit hole we go!
Save current progress? Yeah. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. So if there's anything you need to do, now would be a good time, and I'll be back in a little bit. So see you soon. Okay, I'm back. We're beginning our way through the mystery labyrinth now to solve the murder of Dr. Huesca. So, let's go. And Vivia, I still wonder what was in that needle you had with you. Anyway.
Again with the falling. Why can't it ever be a gentle landing? Oh, Vivia. This is called the Mystery Labyrinth.
I feel like he's gonna be the one that's, least bothered by all this.
So, this place is a physical manifestation of mysteries from the case?
There you go.
You can tell? Well, anyway, this actually isn't my forte. It's...
due to the power of death. Her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
He catches on quick.
So you really could see me this whole time.
Uh-huh! That's what I was wondering.
He could?
It's due to my spiritual affinity. Ever since I was young, I've been able to see otherworldly things. My forte was gained through training that innate talent.
Ah.
Though, I wasn't able to see her clearly like this before.
Oh yeah, because this isn't the form she normally takes.
I could tell you were talking to some haze following you around.
Ah, okay.
But that was it.
Oh, okay. So it couldn't really see her, he could just tell someone was there.
Until one day, I used my spectral projection at the agency, and saw that death got clear as crystal.
Oh, okay.
After that, I did some research.
Hmm?
I discovered that the WDO Underground Book Vault held something called the Book of Death.
Oh, really?
And also, that someone had taken it.
That someone was Yuma? I take it?
I take it? Before I lost my memories?
I don't know. Since you're a rookie, I doubt you'd have access to the book vault. Only a handful of people have WDO clearance for that.
Just a handful?
Anyway, you've been using this ability to solve the other cases up till now, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, this is also related to the mysterious deaths of all those culprits?
Mm-hmm.
My guess is, clearing a labyrinth, a materialization of a mystery, causes its true perpetrator to die. If that's the case, you've killed a lot of people with your own hands, Yuma.
Well, I didn't really kill anyone. It's just what happens when...
Nope. I may be the one reaping their souls, but the blood is still on your hands.
What? Hey!
No point in pretending to be a goody two-shoes. You're risking your life to solve these mysteries.
I see. So you're determined to do this, huh? Sorry, but I don't think I have that kind of conviction myself.
What are you gonna do then? Stay here?
So, I think I'll take a nap here while you go and risk your life.
Oh, alright.
You can sleep if you want, but you won't be able to get out.
Is that so?
If you're not with Master when and if he solves the labyrinth, this place will collapse around you. Well, if you don't have any regrets in the real world, you're free to die here.
Regrets? I don't have any of those, but there are still some things I've left unfinished. especially after you exposed the mystery of this case.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be perfectly clear. I'm just going to tag along. I'll leave the heavy lifting to you.
I don't care what you do, just don't get in our way.
I think that's pretty much what he said, that he's not going to get in the way.
Well, Master, let's do the usual.
Yeah, okay.
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
I am.
Is that sword for cutting through mysteries? This place must be pretty dangerous.
Oh, way to kill the mood. Oh well.
Here you go, Master. Here's your solution key.
Is that key something like a clue for the case? Wow. Looks like you're ready to go.
Could you be more of a doubter? Whatever. I'm gonna ignore you. So let's go and unriddle this mystery labyrinth. Let's hunt down this culprit who preys on the truth.
We have to walk? This is unbearable.
Sorry, she didn't provide a vehicle.
Come on! You're bumming me out here.
I thought you were gonna ignore him.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Say, Vivia, do you remember anything about the case?
You mean Dr. Huesca's murder? Or are you talking about when Chief Yako was attacked?
Both? I don't know.
Huh? You remember? Everyone else that came here lost their memories.
That's pretty rare. Must be because of his whole spiritual thing.
Yeah, probably so.
So the others lost their memories. That's why no one remembers this death god.
How rude of them. It's thanks to yours truly that those cases got solved.
That reminds me, I used my coalescence with Fubuki before Vivia. But Vivia is the only one who came into the mystery labyrinth.
I guess coalescence got overwritten. Maybe it only takes the most recent ability. I don't know either.
Great.
You don't know? But coalescence is your power, Shinigami.
Relax, will ya? Minor detail.
You would have been better off with Fubuki. She would have been far more useful for this case.
It doesn't matter anyway. No one can use their forte here.
Oh. So now I really don't have to do anything. Goodness. What a relief.
Yeah, good for you.
Jeez! You ever think your lack of motivation could be contagious?
Hey, relax.
Alright, let's go.
I told you to stop surprising me like that.
I thought this labyrinth would only require your wits. But it looks like it's going to take more than that, Yuma.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of wits, so he doesn't have a choice.
Huh? Why didn't a problem appear?
That's what I was wondering. I was thinking something should have already appeared by now.
Not only was there no problem, no choice appeared either.
Yeah, and both doors are locked.
Master, maybe you don't even know which mystery to start with to solve this case.
Ah.
Yeah, there's so many unknowns. I'm honestly feeling lost right now.
Come on! You gotta know where to start with this stuff, or you won't be able to solve a single thing. Let's decide that for now. What's the first mystery of this case?
The first mystery is the fact that Dr. Weska was murdered in a completely locked room with no way in or out. The doctor was located deep in the critical lab, behind layers of security. And yet, he was found stabbed to death. We were the first to discover the body. At the time, we were controlling the robot, Amapel. Because of that, we were thought to be the culprits. But we obviously aren't. So how did the culprit get in and out of the doctor's lab? That's what I don't know.
But the culprit is definitely the hitman, right?
I think so, but I'm not absolutely sure. Besides, even if the hitman did it, there's the question of who hired him. But there's no doubt the hitman stabbed Chief Yako. That's the only thing I'm absolutely certain about.
Peacekeepers?
Kanai Ward's garbage. What are you doing here?
Yomi Hellsmile.
So the director of the Peacekeepers is here.
Yeah, but he's just part of the mystery labyrinth.
I figured. In other words, he's a monster created from the labyrinth, right?
Right.
You pieces of shit. You're disturbing the peace of Kanai Ward!
This guy doesn't seem like an easy opponent.
But we have no choice. For Chief Yako, for everyone.
You killed Dr. Weska, didn't you? Turn yourselves in so I can torture you to death!
Alright, gotta take on Yomi's mystery phantom. Just a moment. Yeah, hang on, let me pause this so I can fix the capture card. Okay, hang on a minute. It's still not cooperating. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Anyway, I wasn't one to look at these yet, so. No one killed.
You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab.
You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab.
And then murdered him inside.
Oh shoot,
Until
wrong way.
you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words...
Hang on a minute. The critical lab security system operates on a separate power system than what is managed in the electrical room. The toxic gas is bacterial, so regular gas masks are ineffective against it. It takes about 30 minutes after exposure for the toxins to spread, and death is certain. In the critical lab, there was a shoe print on Amapal's head. I feel like it's probably this one, but I don't know what to tie it to.
No one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
Oh, wrong
Which
button.
makes you the culprit.
Right.
Yeah, it would have been pretty tough to get to the security system and enter the critical lab.
But the doctor died before we got inside, which means there had to have been an intruder.
Anyway, let's take another look at the solution keys to see if any evidence stands out.
You're the ones who killed Dr. West.
Let me listen to...
You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab.
Oh yeah, we did.
And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active.
Hang on. Use this. I need to use this
Impossible
somewhere.
to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
Oh no, I think it is this one.
This is the truth.
When the body was first discovered, Amapal was about to enter the doctor's lab. But something bumped into it and knocked it over. In fact, there was a mark on Amapal's head, like someone kicked it. That mark wasn't there when we borrowed it. It's proof that someone else was in the lab.
You call that evidence? Is bullshit the only thing that comes out of that mouth? Don't make me laugh. Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Okay, I need so many self-serving arguments.
It's all made up. Use your powers of deduction and repel the contradiction.
Okay, so it has to be that last one.
Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible!
Well, I don't think it would have been that one.
And in fact, you proved that yourself!
That claim doesn't hold up! What do you mean? We proved there wasn't an intruder!
You still don't understand? Don't make me laugh!
Lab map, airlock decontamination device, and panel chamber decontamination device. Floor plan of the lab. It was supposed to be a top secret file, but it was found hidden behind a house plant. What the fudge? Okay. This device exists to prevent leakage from the toxic gas chamber. The The lid is barred but has a hinge to make it easy to open and close. Wait a minute. This device exists to prevent leakage from the toxic gas chamber. Unlike the decontamination device in the airlock chamber, the cover of the one in the panel chamber cannot open or close. Okay, let me go over. I'm gonna go over what he says first.
Then where did they go?
Where did they go?
By the time you arrived at the scene,
God dang it.
there was no one else, right?
There's no one else.
There's no place to...
Okay, I feel like it has to be this
to
one.
hide in the critical room.
Wait, that was it!
There's
Oh,
no
dang
way
it.
they got past it. Or are you saying they slipped away and you missed it?
Okay, wasn't that one.
Shorty detective and that shelter stink were there too, so no one could sneak by without being seen. But look at that solution key. There's a space in that room that a person could fit in.
That's right.
That's right, so maybe someone could have hidden here.
If there
Yeah, it's
was
that other
another intruder,
dialogue.
then where did they go? By the time you arrived at the scene,
Ah, dang it.
there was no one else, right? There's no place to hide in the critical room.
I'll slash through this mystery. There's a hiding spot. It's inside the airlock's decontamination device. The vents cover can be easily removed, and there's just enough space for someone to fit inside. If they hid inside the decontamination device, we wouldn't have seen them when we arrived at the scene.
So what? You've got it all wrong anyway. Everything is wrong. Your existence is all wrong. Have fun chasing that fake truth you found.
We managed to defeat him this time, but it's not over yet.
He sure is persistent, huh?
Anyway, there's no doubt someone else was inside the doctor's lab. So let's unravel each mystery one at a time.
All right, we'll get it this time.
Was there an intruder?
Come on, why does it have to be so sudden?
Okay, now that we've wedged our way into this mystery, we just gotta head through the labyrinth and reach the truth!
Yeah, there had to have been an intruder. What does she say?
Say,
The mystery's just getting started. No slip-ups here, Master.
And does Vivi have anything to say? Huh? You better not say you don't know which to pick. Well, it's clear there had to have been an intruder. Was there intruder? If there was an intruder, is your choice? Yes. I feel like there obviously there was. Unless
We're just now getting to the point. What a pain.
hey, don't sigh. This is a good thing.
Sorry.
Anyway, let's head inside.
yeah, let's go.
There was an intruder for sure. We know someone bumped into Amapal.
The culprit probably hit Amapal on their way out. After that, they must have intended to leave the lab. But they couldn't because we were in the front chamber. So they hid inside the decontamination device to avoid us.
So, if you checked inside the decontamination device on the way to the scene. You would have caught the culprit then and there.
Yeah, but it was an emergency and we had no idea they were in there.
It's super lame to make up excuses, Master.
It's not an excuse, but it is true. If I had thought about why Amapal was knocked over at that time, I would have realized the culprit was in there. We could have waited in ambush or searched for them. And if I'd caught the culprit then, Chief Yako wouldn't have gotten stabbed.
Master, wallowing in regret is even lamer. If you have time for that, you have time to keep going.
Right.
Alright, let's go.
Really? Another fork in the path.
How did the culprit enter the lab? Now that's the
Seems like we're finally at the
tricky
central
question. Seems like we're finally at the central question.
This is the first step to solving how the culprit committed an impossible murder.
I leave the rest to you. I'm going to read a book or something.
Did you bring one with you?
You can bring your own stuff into the mystery labyrinth?
He's just special.
Oh, right. Okay, I feel like they had to have deactivated security by cutting the power. At least I think. I doubt that that the doctor invited anyone in. Never entered in the first place. Well, obviously they had... I'm gonna try this one. We'll see if I'm right or not.
The culprit used the blackout to slip past security and into the lab. That answer is pretty simple. Almost too simple.
Yeah, but there was a separate power supply for that lab, so if someone knew how to get to it, they could shut it down that way.
Huh? A trap?
Guess you were wrong, Yuma. Well, I already knew that before you entered.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
You wanted me to tell you? Should have said so earlier. People only grow by learning from past mistakes. Which is why I purposely...
Master, we have to get out of here!
How do we get out?
Use logic to show how this route is the wrong one!
Alright, I'll try.
Oh, what now? Why is deactivated security by cutting power not correct? The critical lab says security log. Security log of the critical lab, whatever. Security systems turn on or off this data. I'm gonna go with the security log.
It's no use, I won't make it in time.
Ah, darn it. Okay, it was the security power supply then.
The doctor said the critical lab was on a separate grid, and the lab switchboard wasn't in the electrical room. The security wouldn't shut off, even if there was a blackout in the building. Well, I may have messed up, but at least we got a little closer to the truth.
Maybe, but if you hadn't messed up in the first place, you wouldn't have to come up with such a lame excuse.
I know. I'll do better next time.
Well, I really doubt he was invited by the doctor, so I guess never entered. What's the question? How did the culprit enter the lab? Never entered in the first place? That doesn't make sense. And invited by the doctor, the way he acted there, it wasn't. You know what? Let's go ahead and try this one. I don't know why might as well be, because I can't, because obviously someone was in there.
The doctor invited the culprit in? But why?
Things are so muddled now because we're assuming the culprit forced their way inside.
Right.
If the culprit was invited to the lab, then he easily would have been able to enter.
Ah, so you think the doctor disabled the security? He wouldn't need it if he was expecting a guest.
Right, and that's why it wouldn't show up on, it maybe wouldn't show up on the security log. Then, I don't know. Ah, dang it.
Huh? This route is wrong too? Again?
No need to worry, Yuna. I don't mind it at all if we can't find a way to move forward.
Sheesh. Even I'm losing motivation. You can take care of this on your own, can't you, Master?
Don't let him influence you!
Why is invited in the by the doctor not correct? Floor plan lab is supposed to be attempted in front of us. Okay, this time it has to be the security log.
The log on the doctor's computer didn't show any signs of security getting shut down. If that's the case, he certainly didn't cut security just to let someone in.
No excuses, Master. Do it again.
You're tired, Yuma. Why don't you lie down for a bit?
Resting here wouldn't help me at all.
Well, has to be the middle one then, but I'm not sure I understand that. Maybe it'll make sense once I go through.
Right here!
Culprit never entered? But you said there's no doubt the culprit was in there.
Perhaps the intruder is not the culprit after all.
So you're saying that the doctor committed suicide? If the doctor committed suicide, then the culprit wasn't the intruder, but the doctor himself.
But if the doctor did it, there would be no intruder. The doctor was already in the lab.
Yeah, I don't get it, but oh well.
Huh? What? This was the last route!
This labyrinth is a tricky one. It's like one of those old detective novels.
Okay.
Perhaps you're the real culprit, Yuma.
No.
Of course not! Focus! We need to get out of here!
Okay. Why is the doctor committed suicide not correct? Stab. Well, yeah. Information on Dr. Huesca. Dr. Huesca was the kind of person who would take advantage of and sacrifice others for the sake of his research. Since the cancellation of a big project 3 years ago by higher-ups, he had become a complete shut-in. He had hearing issues so severe he could be considered deaf, but he was able to read lips to communicate with others. This was why he refused to speak to Makoto, since he wears a mask. There are also rumors the doctor was planning to flee Kanai Ward, an act seen as betrayal to Amaterasu Corporation. Perhaps someone in the company found out about the plot and sent in a hitman. Well, that has nothing to do with that, so yeah, it has to be this one.
That's right. The doctor was stabbed 3 times in the back. One stab would have indicated that he held the knife in place, then fell on it to kill himself. But he couldn't have made 3 wounds like that. There's no way it was a suicide. What's going on? Were all 3 routes wrong?
I wonder what it means.
Alright, now what? Okay.
Hey! There's another door!
Just one more, or is there more than... is there another extra one?
I get it! Since we proved that every possibility was wrong, a new one has appeared!
Interesting. The Mystery Labyrinth not only materializes the case, but also changes based on your investigation.
Right. Something felt off about those other routes. It's almost like we were forced to choose the wrong way.
But by eliminating each wrong answer one by one, you opened the path to the right answer.
You sound disappointed.
Who cares? Let's just see what's in the final route!
Entered and killed via spectral projection. They use spectral.
Then, the culprit is...
Really?
I can't believe the culprit entered the labyrinth with us. That's never happened before.
Is it Vivia?
How dare you trick me!
I doubt it. I somehow doubt it was him.
There is no escape! Once the mystery labyrinth is solved, the culprit will be judged! Master, let's finish up this mystery labyrinth and boom kill this dude!
Hold on!
If it was him. I mean, I can see why you think so, but... I mean, you've seen how unmotivated the dude gets.
Another trap?
That's why I said to wait. There's no way Vivia is the culprit.
Then, prove it and beat this thing! I won't be convinced until you do!
Okay, let's see. Oh man, we got 5 this okay, no, only 2, okay. Let's see. Entered and killed via spectral projection is wrong because, as heard from Vivia, the traits of... You cannot touch anything while using spectral projection. It cannot take over someone else's body, nor can it be heard. It's not gonna be the damn security log.
To begin with, nothing can be touched while in ghost form. He couldn't have held the murder weapon, the knife. So it's not possible that he stabbed the doctor. Now do you trust Vivia?
Master, I've said this 1,000 times, but a detective must suspect everything. Besides, it's his fault for being so sketchy. The way he looks, how he talks, everything is super suspicious.
Sorry. I do try to stay out of sight.
That kind of makes you more suspicious when you think about it, but oh well.
Let's go back.
This is ridiculous. Okay.
If he's not the culprit, then we're back to square one.
Let's try going back to the fork in the path. Maybe something else changed. Nothing's changed.
There aren't any new doors. What? There's nowhere to go? What was the point of eliminating all the other paths?
Come on.
Don't start with that again. How about you help us for a change? You better cooperate, unless you want to get chopped up by Master Solution Blade.
Hold on, Shinigami.
I don't want to get chopped up. I dislike pain immensely. But you know, the journey up to now wasn't a waste. We did eliminate many possibilities.
But that means nothing if we can't reach the truth.
Nothing? Why do you want the truth in the first place?
Huh?
It's easy to say you want the truth. But are you sure you can handle it? No matter how cruel that truth may be.
Can I handle it?
I'm still not sure if you're the kind of person who can. I bet you're not sure either. That's why you're still so hesitant. This mystery labyrinth also reflects your reluctance. Maybe that's why you can't reach the truth.
What are you talking about? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I won't hesitate to expose the truth.
So you still haven't realized it? Guess you're not quite there yet. Well, that's fine for now. But eventually, you'll be forced to make a choice. When that happens, you'll have to prove your conviction and expose the truth. Like you said.
Enough nonsense. Let's find some clues.
As an apology for the distraction, let me tell you something. This labyrinth appears to change shape by reflecting our investigation. So, instead of following the revealed path, isn't it possible to carve your own path?
Carve my own path? That's right, Shinigami! We can create new routes with our own deductions. Maybe we can do it here.
Sometimes, just a slight change in perspective is enough to completely change how you see things.
So if I change my perspective here, I might see something new. I see. I was so focused on how to overcome the security system. But that's not right. I need to change my perspective and think about who could have overcome it.
Don't box yourself in with your own assumptions.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
I hate when the anemic vampire tells us what to do. But if Master wants to, then fine. I'll lend you my power. Lay it all out, Master.
Okay. Who is capable of overcoming the PA system? Overcoming the security system.
Are you just gonna leave me here?
I'm thinking. No. Okay, let me think here. What?
Only 30 seconds left, Master!
Oh, Amapal! A stairway.
A new route appeared.
This is all thanks to me.
Perhaps I said too much. Well, nothing has been solved yet.
I wish you'd express yourself a little better. How can we tell if you're happy or sad?
I've never been happy or sad in my entire life. I want to die someday.
This guy's hopeless!
Anyway, let's explore this new route.
Alright. You really plan on going forward? Fine. Yep. Sorry. Got to.
Hopefully it's the correct route this time. Let's move it, Master!
Yeah, it better be. Because this is... If not, this is gonna be ridiculous.
When you think about how
Okay.
to get past security, The only option we know of is Amapal.
True, and that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
But it's just a toy robot, right? How is it related to the case?
I don't know yet, but since Amapal can get through security, it must be important.
Alright, let's do it. But there's still the matter of there wasn't a security. No one broke through security before us in the past 90 days.
It's sealed off here, too.
Hey, there's an intercom. Maybe someone will respond if you use it.
No way. Huh? Doctor?
Huh? Wait. What the? Wait. Who are you? Help! Somebody come help me!
Isn't this the footage of when the doctor was attacked?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh great, 3 more doors.
The mystery materialized. It must be related to what the doctor just said.
Who are you was directed at who? At who?
The question is, who did the doctor say? Who are you to? Well, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, you better hope that floor underneath your couch didn't cave in then.
I don't get how you can keep reading at a time like this.
Well, I feel like it would have had to be the culprit. Let's give it a try.
I can certainly understand why you'd want to choose that. But wasn't security active at that point? I considered all the various possibilities, but I couldn't figure out a way to get past the security.
Right.
If I'm right, then there is no basis to infer that someone had entered the doctor's lab at this point. Which means you can't say the doctor was directing those words to the culprit.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Alright, no one then.
The trap didn't activate. Does that mean we found the right answer? Huh? So the right answer is no one?
Well, no one could get past the security.
Why would the doctor say, "Who are you?" if no one was there?
Actually, that brings up a question. Why did he think someone was there? He can't hear. He's hard of hearing. So he couldn't have heard someone in the room.
The security was still active at the time, so no one could enter the doctor's lab, right? And that was before I borrowed Amapal. So the only explanation is that no one was there.
Why would he say that if no one was there?
I think if we go there, we'll find the answer.
What? That route's obviously just a side road. Who cares what the old geezer was thinking anyway?
But it looks like this is the only way we can go. Besides, I am curious about what was going through his mind.
It looks like this.
It could be an important factor in solving the mystery behind this case.
Still, being forced to take a side route is too much trouble. Makes me wish I was dead.
really plan on going forward? Fine.
Is this really the right path? I got a bad feeling about this.
So, Master, do you have an idea about what the geezer was thinking?
Not yet, but I think it has to do with why he said, "Who are you?" I think the doctor was putting on an act.
An act? Really?
The doctor put on an act for a reason, but I have no idea why. We have to figure that out by going down this doctor's motive route.
Ah, here we go again. Here's Yomi.
He's here too?
Okay, before I continue this, I just want to go shut my heater off real quick, so just a moment. Alright, let's continue.
You rats keep scurrying around. Do you really think you'll discover Dr. Weska's motive this way? Good luck with that, morons! He had no motive at all!
Well, he said there's nothing here. Let's head back.
Vivia, that's not how these mystery labyrinths work.
We can't do that!
Because, yeah, of course he's gonna say there's nothing here, because he doesn't want us to continue.
If he's trying to block our path, then this route must be important.
Nah, fine.
I'm only here because you maggots piss me off. So, I'm gonna end you here and now!
Alright, another recent deathmatch. The doctor's notes, photo, and the doctor's email
This was
records.
all part of the...
Okay, let me read those. A notebook found on the doctor's desk. It has diagrams of a person being splashed with sulfuric acid. Oh. Photo. A photo of a young man and woman. The doctor's email records. The email records of Dr. Huesca and Anonymous. There was regular communication between them until just recently. According to the records, Dr. Huesca was planning to escape from Kanai Ward. I'll stick with this one for now.
Doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Weska put his soul into his work. The research was going well.
Was it?
The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
Let's go with this one. Oh shoot, that was probably one I needed to... That was probably the one I needed to slash, was that last one.
When you think about it, Dr. Weska had no reason to pretend.
But he had to be pretending. That's the only way this makes any sense.
So why would he do that?
I'm sure he had a good reason. I just need to find evidence proving it.
This was all...
Okay, yeah, the doctor's email records. Okay.
A part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood.
Ah, dang it.
You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
This is the truth.
No, the doctor was planning on betraying Amaterasu Corporation. He was trying to escape Kanai Ward. He said so in the messages he wrote.
You little...
Yomi's rebuttal. What was that? What was he trying to deny? Why was he covering up the doctor's motives?
It seems that this case involves the inner workings of Amaterasu.
Right. The doctor was going to betray Amaterasu, and whoever he was emailing knew that. So the doctor locked himself in the lab to protect himself from that person.
Perhaps the doctor's act had something to do with that.
Okay, what just happened? What was that about?
It's the security gate. Everything's locked up.
How did the doctor plan to escape Kanai
Which
Ward?
means this is a complex problem. We have to choose the right door and insert the correct solution key.
This is way more hassle than before. Guess I'll leave it to you, Yuma.
Yeah, no problem.
As always.
Okay, how did the doctor... Let's see. Wait a minute. How did the doctor plan to escape Kanai Ward? Terrorist bombing, blackout, or swapping places? A knife with the letter F inscribed on it. This appears to be the weapon used to murder Dr. Huesca. It is said this knife is used by Fink the slaughter artist to prove to his clients that he killed his target. The same knife was found next to Chief Yako. Since the adherent issue says for you considered deaf. There were also rumors the doctors planned to flee Kanai Ward and accident's betrayal to Amaterasu Corporation. Perhaps someone in the company found out about the plot and sent in a hitman. Doing this one. Notebook found on the doctor's desk has diagrams of a person being splashed with sulfuric acid. Doing this would cause clothes and skin to melt, rendering the victim unrecognizable. What was the doctor trying to do? Man cannot be recognized because of bloodstain in the picture. Yako's statement. There has never been a case where Fink the slaughter artist issued a death threat. Doctor's email records. Someone has discovered our deal. You should go into hiding for the time being. It appears it's time to call it quits. We profited enough from this already. It's too dangerous to leak research and confidence. Withdraw from here. With this money, I will fund many research. Didn't leave Connie Ward. Doctor, don't tell me you're planning to take the research and run. I hope you already know this, but you have nowhere to go. So are you ignoring me? I will not permit any betrayal. I've told you before. You have nowhere to run. Prepare yourself. Dr. Likely refers to Dr. Huesca. His correspondent is hard difficult to identify since the address seems to be a random combination of characters. Dr. Huesca was communicating with this person to leak research and other confidential information. Notify the remains. Swapping places, blackout. Terrorist bombing. Where? I don't know where the terrorist bombing came from, so. Let's see, blackout. It's true. Let's see. The blackout. The critical lab security system operates on a separate power system than what is managed in the electrical room. Electrical room eyewitness. Right after the blackout, a researcher near the electrical room went inside to turn the power back on. At that time, they witnessed a dark silhouette pass through the shadows. The researcher claims it must have been the hitman, although the identity of the figure is unknown. It's certain a suspicious person was near the electrical room right after the blackout. Okay, wait a minute. The doctor's nose.
Oh, the door actually opened. I knew I could let Yuma handle it.
Are you sure you aren't a phantom?
So the doctor tried to swap places with someone else to escape from Amaterasu. The notes he left behind in the lab hinted at his plan.
You mean the diagram with the sulfuric acid being poured on someone?
Yeah, he was going to swap places with a corpse, then melt it with acid. He wanted to disfigure it beyond recognition. That's how he planned to fake his own death.
At the very least, did it buy him enough time to escape Kanai Ward? Or so he thought.
Wow! Melting a corpse with sulfuric acid? Yay! So cool and grotesque! So who is the substitute supposed to be?
Maybe the hitman. The doctor was under surveillance by Amaterasu, but he was still looking for a chance to escape. When he learned a hitman was after him, he figured his chance had arrived. The doctor was hoping to use the security system to kill the hitman and use the body as a decoy.
Now that I think about it, the doctor did seem to be waiting for the hitman to arrive.
The hitman hasn't arrived yet. When will he show up?
Oh, right.
Don't tell me this so-called first-rate hitman was captured by peacekeepers.
But the hitman never did show up. That's why the doctor had a sudden change of plans.
And that was the act he put on by asking you, "Who are you?"
Perhaps that was a trap to lure you in, Yuma.
He was trying to Lure Master?
He considered taking advantage of the detectives, since the hitman never showed up. So if he called for help, he would charge into the lab, not knowing anything about the security system, and thereby acquire the corpse he needed as his decoy.
That seems overly complicated. Like those guys who overthink asking girls out.
Well, he couldn't have used another researcher. Someone would have noticed their absence. He needed visitors, people from outside to pull it off.
So if I didn't know about the security and had rushed into the lab...
You'd be a super sexy skeleton right now. Aw, so close.
You want that?
But the doctor's plan failed, and he actually got boom killed by the hitman. I get what he was trying to do, but what about the impossible murder?
Assuming the attack on the doctor was just an act when we saw him through the intercom, we at least know for sure the real attack hadn't happened yet.
In other words, the culprit entered the lab after that exchange. So the problem is, when did they actually enter?
Where are we?
Why are we too deep?
This place is a real mystery. Then again, I suppose that checks out.
Huh? Shinigami?
Yeah! Master, this looks like an important turning point! So, is that your final answer?
I haven't said anything yet!
The culprit entered the lab before Amapal.
Master, you need to narrow down the timing for when the culprit got inside. Now then, here's our fateful fork in the road. It's life or death! We are at the crossroads of mystery and solution. This earth-shattering choice may be your last. Now, Master, which one will you choose?
The culprit entered the lab before Amapal. Let me think. Well, yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I feel like, yeah, that would have been.
When I directed Amapal to go into the doctor's lab, he already had a knife stuck in him. Which means he was murdered before Amapal entered the doctor's lab.
Your answer? Is correct!
Okay.
Congratulations, Master! Would you like to double down?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're not playing
let's keep going.
blackjack.
Little by little, we're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
Yeah, but we still don't know how yet. It had to be between when we spoke to the doctor over the intercom and when Amapal entered his lab. During that time, the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
So the most likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapal, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapal. She said no one entered or left the lab.
Ah, darn. I kind of want to turn the camera so I could see how Vivia's following us, but I can't. Alright.
Huh? We're back on the original path.
Maybe you're supposed to try opening that door now.
I'm sure that from here on out, it's not just about when, but also how the culprit got in. Yuma, there's no need to push yourself if things get too hard.
No, I can do it. I'm going to solve it.
Where was... Wait, I didn't read the question.
This is a map of the critical lab.
So we have to determine where the culprit was before the murder.
We'll have to solve them one at a time. Let's start with this mystery.
If we know where the culprit was before they got in, this route will be clear too. Do you know where, Yuma?
Spot selection. Where was the culprit before the crime was committed? Where's the culprit before the... Okay, I can't bring up the menu.
Here. The culprit must have been here.
Yeah, okay.
Yay! It opened!
After the exchange on the intercom, given there was always a detective at the front chamber, when we went to borrow Amapal, the culprit had to have already made their way inside. But the airlock is the only location that isn't affected by the security system. There. The culprit had to be inside that decontamination device before committing the crime.
Yeah.
Oh, another mystery solved. Just how far you plan to go, Yuma.
By the way,
Right, you went inside the decontamination device to check it out. Nice memory.
Alright, let's go.
but I thought he was just hiding in there to avoid being spotted after the crime. So you think the culprit was in there before the crime too?
Yeah. The culprit was waiting for their chance. But we had no idea when we sent Amapel into the airlock.
And from there, Yuma, you guided Amapal to the doctor's lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before then? How would that be possible? Only Amapal could get past security, right?
Yeah, that's the next big question.
Maybe the culprit used another Amapal unit.
No. The researcher mentioned there was only one functioning Amapal.
Which means the Amapal Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
So the culprit must have taken advantage of Master's Amapal to get into the doctor's lab.
Yeah, that's the only way. But how did they use it? There's no solving the doctor's murder until we figure that out.
Well, I have an idea. Will you hear me out?
What is it?
How about giving up? I'm getting tired.
Sorry.
Nope, motion denied. Another fork in the road? Such a complicated mystery labyrinth.
How did the culprit use Amapal?
Beyond each problem lies the truth. We're definitely getting closer to the heart of this mystery.
How did the culprit use Amapal as a weapon, as a shield, or neither? That's a good question. I have no idea because I don't think there's any. Are there any solution keys that might tell me this? Maybe as a shield. The door of the panel chamber is designed to open slowly since Amapal's arm had to be retracted first. It took time to enter the room even after the door opened. Amapal fell over rather suddenly when it was about to enter. There were no steps or obstacles, so it is presumed to have been knocked down by the fleeing culprit. I'm gonna go with the shield option.
Huh? What do you mean, use Amapal as a shield?
Amapal is supposed to be sturdy enough to withstand an elephant stepping on it, right? The culprit may have used Amapal as a shield against the security system.
So, the culprit followed behind Amapal to avoid the toxic gas and explosions?
I get it! You're so smart, Master!
Really? I don't think so.
Hey! Master just showed off how smart and logical he is. Master wasn't smart after all! Come on, take it from the top!
Well, the toxic gas can be bypassed with Amapal. Oh, that was the wrong answer? Alright, fine. Toxic gas can be bypassed with Amapal.
Yeah! Even if Amapal itself is fine, it wouldn't be able to
Oh,
protect the
right.
culprit from the toxic gas.
The high voltage shocks can be bypassed with Amapal. Yes. What? No, that should have been yes, because once you get past all the puzzles, you... Oh, fine, whatever.
Even though Amapal is sturdy, it couldn't withstand the high voltage shock from the panel chamber.
Well, yeah, it couldn't, but... Oh, gosh, fine. If you're gonna keep it that simple.
Which means it'd be impossible to use Amapal to protect yourself.
Well, I definitely don't think he was being used as a weapon either.
You're only realizing this now. At this rate, you'll be a grandpa before you stop being a rookie.
Perhaps you will improve in the next life.
I'm trying my best in this life.
Well, I don't think it could have been used as a weapon either, so I'm gonna go with neither. The culprit used Amapal neither way is your choice? Yes.
Do you think neither is really the right answer?
Given the process of elimination, that must be it. Amapal's hands aren't designed to hold anything, so it couldn't use the knife to murder the doctor. Which means Amapal wasn't the murder weapon, and the culprit couldn't have used it as a shield. It can't neutralize the toxic gas, and the high-voltage shock would destroy it.
So then, how did the culprit use Amapal?
I think we'll find out if we continue down this path.
That was the wrong answer! Come on, Master!
Okay, seriously, like I said, it couldn't have been used as a weapon.
Huh?
We've been here before. It looks like we've been brought back.
But the door we opened earlier is closed again. Why's that?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Where was the culprit before the crime?
Huh? Even the question is the same. Does that mean we gotta do it all over again?
Well, the logic is still sound. There's no other hiding spot for the culprit besides the airlock.
So you want to choose the same answer and keep going?
If you do, you'll just repeat the whole process again. We'll just be brought back here if we can't figure out how did the culprit use Amapal. And I refuse to walk any more than I have to.
Hey, don't sit down!
What should I do?
Stand up! Stand up right now!
Stop it. Leave me alone.
If you want me to leave you alone, then help my useless master out!
Fine. Just one thing then. We're back at where was the culprit before the crime? Because you're stuck at how did the culprit use Amapal? With that in mind, these two questions are connected.
Connected? Both the culprit's location and how Amapal was used?
Help him out more! More!
The culprit was hiding in the airlock, where you also left the robot, right? At that moment, only the culprit and Amapal were there. So maybe the culprit did something.
The culprit did something to Amapal?
Clues are always there, right under your nose. It's a detective's job to notice them. Did you notice anything strange back then? Any tiny detail? Try to remember.
Something strange. Hey! Now that you mention it, back then...
Oh hey, the screen lit up. So this is what Amapal sees. It's like the cockpit of a mecha.
Whoa, what was that?
Hmm? Oh.
Did it break already? I thought it was state of the art.
No, it's alright. It's stabilized. There was a moment when the camera stopped functioning while I was controlling Amapal. It returned to normal pretty quick, but maybe...
See? I told you it was right under your nose. You don't need any additional help from me, right?
That was a clue to help solve this mystery?
Actually, everything in this world is a key to solving mysteries. You just haven't noticed them. Perhaps there is more you're overlooking. Was there anything else unusual?
Something unusual. Something I missed.
Anything else? It's not like Amapal's camera showed the culprit.
Wait, that's it!
Huh?
Now that I think about it, wasn't that strange? The culprit must have gotten ahead of Amapal, but why didn't they ever show up on the camera? If the culprit went past Amapal to enter the doctor's lab, they would have been spotted for sure.
Now that you mention it...
But nobody showed up on camera. How did the culprit manage to pull that off? How can you move from the airlock to the doctor's lab without appearing even once on Amapal's camera?
Hey, aren't you just adding another mystery?
No. All the pieces are here.
Huh?
Yuma, the mysteries you face now can be solved with a single answer.
A single answer?
Sheesh. I talk too much.
How did the culprit use Amapal? Why did the culprit appear on camera? What caused Amapal's malfunction in the airlock?
What did you do now? It's a Pandora's box of mysteries!
Let's stay calm and think about it. There's plenty of time.
Or not. I'll keep reading while you wrap things up.
Gee, thanks.
Remember what he said, Master. All it takes is one answer to solve these mysteries. Use those weak brain cells of yours and think!
Culprit's location.
Culprit's location.
Amapal's usage.
Amapal's usage.
Its malfunction.
Its malfunction.
Why didn't the culprit appear on
Why
camera?
didn't the culprit appear on camera?
All this can be solved with just one answer?
So cool. Inside Amapal, behind Amapal. Okay. I'm gonna go with on top of him then. Inside? Inside. No! It could have been inside. Okay, okay, no, what? Alright, fine. Okay, it had to be on top of Amapal, which was my... Actually, my... How did the culprit use Amapal? As transportation? What caused Amapal's malfunction in the airlock? A dead battery, culprit jumped on it, culprit struck it? Why didn't the culprit appear on camera? They were on top of the head, they were inside.
I got it! The culprit rode on Amapal's head, using it as a method of transportation.
With every open door, it will be harder for you to turn back. Are you sure you want to keep going?
Absolutely! I will find the truth no matter what. This is for the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Hey, you said the culprit rode on top of Amapal. What did you mean by that?
Literally what I said. The culprit rode Amapal and used it to get through. After we left Amapal in the airlock, the culprit came out of the decontamination device. Then they jumped on Amapal's head. The disruption in the footage was from the impact.
That's insane.
Is it? I think it's fairly reasonable. Amapal can withstand up to 100 kilograms of weight. So, someone riding on it shouldn't affect its functionality.
The shoe print on Amapal's head wasn't caused by someone kicking it. It was left there from the culprit hopping on and off.
After that, the culprit simply rode on it as it moved toward the doctor's lab. By doing so, the culprit was able to evade the camera and remain hidden as they made their way through the lab.
You're right. If it's true, then it does solve all of the previous mysteries. Imagining the culprit riding on a robot makes me laugh.
But Yuma, have you not realized it? You're still missing something. One major mystery remains.
What's with that huge sigh?
The greatest mystery of this case should appear soon. Just the thought of it gets me feeling down.
This case's greatest mystery? This is the panel chamber.
That means the doctor's lab is just beyond it. If we can get through here, we'll reach the goal, yeah?
Where did the culprit get off, Amapal?
Is this the greatest mystery you mentioned?
Not exactly what I was envisioning.
Well, this is the mystery to be solved, so let's clear it out.
When did the culprit get off Amapal? When would it have been possible for them to get into the room ahead of us? When did the culprit get off while opening the door? Before opening the door? Well, clearly not. When going through the door. Yeah, I think that's when it could have been.
The culprit murdered the doctor before Amapal entered the room. Which means the culprit had to have gotten ahead of Amapal at some point. It was when the door first opened. At that moment, the culprit snuck into the doctor's room.
Yeah, when the doors were slowly opening, just like this. That's when the culprit took their chance.
Right. The moment there was enough space for a person to slip through, the culprit hopped off and went inside.
Like this? We still haven't reached the goal. I thought we could get into the doc's lab now.
Is this a joke to you? Your deduction is full of holes. If this is a joke, it's not very funny.
Master, you know what to do.
Of course.
I'll take your garbage deduction and toss it in the trash. I am the saint of Kanai Ward, protecting it from filth like you!
Fubuki's forte, ghost form traits, and what was the third one? Amapal's design. Turn back time, it was used while controlling Amapal. Ghost form traits says. Heard from Vivia, there are several limitations. Amapal is sturdy and has many features. The ends of its arms are ball-shaped for safety. While extending or retracting an arm, the arm controls the camera and body do not function. Let's stick with this one.
As the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Amapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky.
Okay, it's not that one.
It'll be hard to disprove that statement. We don't know if it was just dumb luck or not. But about that piece of evidence, weren't Omapal's functions limited at the time?
That's right.
Yeah, Omapal had its arm outstretched to disable the security system. Which means Omapal's camera wouldn't have been filming anything at the time. Okay, so I think I know where to use it now.
Then slip through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Omapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Oh.
Right.
Would have seen the culprit. Obviously that didn't happen, but would they really have used such a risky method to break in?
No.
Was Omapal's camera even working? That might be the first thing you need to confirm.
For now.
Does these seem off to you, Master? Let's check the solution keys then.
The culprit. Britt hopped off Omapal as the door opened. Then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Omapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it.
Dang it.
No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Okay, no, it's not that. Or did I not change the key? Special projection goes wouldn't show up on camera, but also wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah. Speaking of which...
Okay, so it was about Omapal. Okay. So let's go back to this.
Hopped off Omapal as the door opened. Then slipped through the gap in the door.
Although I wasn't talking about Vivia's forte, I was talking about Fubuki's, which is reversing time. So that didn't make sense. Ah, dang it.
No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Right.
No.
For now.
The culprit hopped off Omapal as the door opened. Then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Omapal's line of sight changed just a bit.
I'll slash through this mystery.
Okay, that one kind of sent me on a little bit of back and forth, but oh well. I did get it.
When its hand is stretched out, it won't execute any other inputs. That's why when it was pressing the button for the door, the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
You little maggots. Don't get so full of yourselves. You're not getting out of here alive.
Oh, that's it, huh? Alright.
I get it. So Amapal couldn't move while the door was opening. That's when the culprit took their chance.
Since the door opens outward, it's possible to take advantage of the blind spot it creates. That's how the culprit managed to stay outside the camera's view as they entered the doctor's room.
So it's an elaborate murder that took advantage of Amapau's design, and even the direction the door opens. Whoever planned this must have really wanted the doctor dead. I guess you can call it an obsession. How scary. Just like this passageway. Where will it take us? Perhaps a suite with the culprit's obsession on full display? A room of nightmares?
Knock it off with the weird soliloquies. Let's go.
You're really going?
Huh?
Hey, Yuma. When the culprit entered the doctor's room while the door was open...
Huh? Yeah?
At the time, the doctor was in the room, right? If the door opened and an intruder entered, how could the doctor not have noticed?
Because he can't hear.
So what if he did notice? It's not a big deal.
Yes, it is. If he had noticed an intruder, the doctor would have turned to face him. Which means he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back.
That piece of trash is right. Your logic is flawed.
Hey, what are you, on the Phantom side now?
Listen to my incredible words of wisdom. Your crappy deduction is worth less than shit! Everything you do is a fucking mistake! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind.
Ah, dang it.
Impossible.
Yeah, I know which one to do, but I got it too late.
There should be a contradiction somewhere. You gotta find and repel it.
Okay, I'll try.
Damn it! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind.
That claim doesn't hold up! No, the culprit did stab the doctor in the back. That's how the body was discovered.
That's why I'm saying your deduction is inconsistent. By your logic, the doctor couldn't have been murdered in that way!
Doctor's notes, limited information on Dr. Huesca.
Culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back.
Okay, I think it was that first one.
The doctor and the intruder were facing each other, then the knife would have gone into the doctor's chest. But never mind that. What about that solution key? Wasn't the doctor deaf?
Right.
Right. Even if the intruder made noise, the doctor wouldn't have noticed.
The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So
Ah,
Wesker would
dang
have
it!
turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep. Is there any trace of him being drugged? Even if he didn't look back from his desk, he would have heard someone coming.
This is the truth.
Wait, the doctor had trouble hearing. That's why he didn't notice the intruder.
Now you're spouting nonsense. Say whatever you want, it won't save you. There's a gaping hole in your logic. And there's no way you're gonna fill it at this rate. Because you, more than anyone else, you're the one refusing to see the truth right before your eyes.
What? I refuse to see the truth? Vivia said the same thing, but...
It's strange, don't you think? Isn't it about time you noticed that something's off here?
Huh?
You've solved many mysteries up to now, yet none of them are directly connected to the culprit's identity.
That's because the culprit is the hitman.
If that's the case, why haven't you reaped the hitman's soul? And that would end the labyrinth.
It's not that easy. The culprit will fight back, unless we solve all the mysteries first. Hang on. What are you getting at?
In my eyes, the reason a single mystery hasn't been directly connected to the culprit is because of Yuma's reluctance. It's pushing away the mysteries that lead to the culprit.
Huh?
Subconsciously, you're closing your eyes to the truth. That's why you haven't touched on the hole in your reasoning.
What hole?
Whatever, that's enough. Just ignore this guy and keep going.
Oh, hey!
Yuma. Yuma.
Jeez, go away!
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The huge hole in this investigation?
What are you...
Just ignore him.
Let's review your deduction, shall we? The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that person stabbed the doctor from behind. However, they bumped into Amapau while escaping, causing it to fall over. That was obviously a mistake, but since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the culprit went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
We already told you that. The culprit rode on top of Amapau as Master controlled it and was taken all the way to the doctor's lab.
But if someone was riding on it, how did they get past the high voltage shocks in the panel chamber?
Oh,
That I'm not worried about, but I have been thinking about the poison.
This is the end for you! You have nowhere left to go!
Oh, come on!
Not the glossary. One of the profiles. The always masked CEO of Amaterasu Corp. He lives on the top floor, kinda. While Yomi is ostensibly his employee, the two are always at each other's throats. His tendency to speak in riddles makes it difficult to ascertain his true nature, but he seems to have ulterior motives.
What now?
I won't let you maggots ruin the peace of Kanai Ward! As the king of Amaterasu Corporation and the guardian of Kanai Ward, I will stop you here and now!
Perhaps this too is an obsession. Why does he insist on covering up the truth? Tell me, what will you do, Yuma? Are you going to stay willfully blind?
No, I'll fight. Whether it's subconscious or not, I won't look away from the truth. I'll find the truth no matter what. This is for the Chief and everyone at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Good luck! You'll never find it. You'll scurry around this labyrinth forever, like blind mice. You'll rot away in it, looking for an answer that will never come!
Wait, what were they? Ghost form traits, security log, high voltage in the panel chamber. Fubuki's forte.
Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it! Don't tell me the culprit is a robot!
How did the culprit break through the panel chamber?
We at least had Amapal with us to disable the security system.
Didn't you notice anything else weird at the time? Think hard.
That's right.
As far as the panel chamber goes.
Keep putting.
Okay, wait a minute. There are 9 panels in a 3x3 configuration. You must step on them in this position. Ghosts from trains. Can't touch anything. Cannot take over. Cannot touch anything while using inspection.
Playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
No living human. Okay, it's not that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way a human could withstand electric current that strong. But did the culprit really get hit with it? Try thinking back to what happened.
At that time, we were controlling the panel we brought, and we chose the wrong panel. Oh, wait a minute. I may have figured out a way for a human to get through the panel chamber.
Keep playing.
Okay.
Playing with your shit deductions.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing real bad at this one. Sorry.
How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
I'll slash through this mystery.
A human could get past the panel chamber by using Fubuki's forte. In fact, that's how we got past the panels. The high voltage shocks kept destroying Amapel. But we reversed time every time that happened.
Correct. So whenever it was struck by the current, it went back in time. But while that was occurring, the culprit, a human, was riding on top of Amapel. That person was burnt to a crisp every time you failed.
But...
Which means you killed the culprit over and over again.
Vivia...
If only you had chosen to remain ignorant, I would have walked beside you in silence. But if you intend to seek the truth, then I must stand in your way.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
He's going to betray you, Master.
Betray me?
It's up to you, Yuma. This is your final chance to save the world you believe in. What are you going to do? It's time to decide your past and your future.
Why, Vivia?
Deathmatch. Ghost form traits, toxic gas properties, stab wounds in his back, and electrical room eyewitness. Okay, I don't know yet, so I'm just gonna keep this one. Let me ask you.
How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber?
I've thought about that too.
To avoid the gas.
Toxic gas properties. It takes about 30 minutes after exposure for the toxin to spread. Death is certain. gases are ineffective against it. It takes about 30 minutes after exposure for the... Even if you hold your breath, it can be absorbed through the skin, and there are no effective treatments for it in existence. It takes about 30 minutes after exposure for the toxin to spread, and death is certain. Anyone wanting to force their way through the toxic gas chamber would need a spacesuit.
The culprit will surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas is a special trait. The gas gives you the gas mask.
Gas mask.
No ability can nullify its toxicity.
No ability.
Once it hits you, you're done for.
Once it hits you, you're done for.
You die before reaching
Wesker.
No one can pass.
This is the truth.
If you pass through the toxic gas, you'll die. But you'll have 30 minutes before it kills you.
I thought of that too, but after reading it, I was focused on the spacesuit part. But yeah, if the... Oh, man.
Which means you could survive for 30 minutes.
What? Don't tell me.
There are no gas masks here that can block this toxic gas. And no fortes that can nullify it. There's only one way you could get through it. You do nothing. You endure it in hopes of Amapal taking you to the next room.
Then the culprit didn't do anything to counteract it and just passed through the toxic gas?
It's the only explanation that makes sense. This is the truth. I can't believe it. But if the culprit really did just endure the toxic gas,
Then
they're already dead.
The culprit is...
It appears you finally glimpsed the truth. Well, how does it feel to have your world shatter before your eyes? Isn't this what you wanted?
What's he talking about?
Yomi's mystery phantom and Fifia are both right. Subconsciously, I didn't want to know the truth.
Huh?
Up until now, the Mystery Labyrinth was withholding the mysteries that led to the culprit. And that's because it's a reflection of my own reluctance.
Master, what's wrong? Do you know who the culprit is? It's the hitman, right?
The truth is worthless. Nothing has less value in this isolated, rainy city. No one wants the truth. Not even you! Now, rot away and die right here! No one will get in my way. Kanai Ward, Amaterasu! They both belong to me! If the culprit carried out the crime like you deduced, then they should be dead from the toxic gas.
Yeah.
But no one at the scene has died from poisoning. If If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here?
You're right that no one in that lab died from that toxic gas. But that was part of the culprit's plan from the beginning. They planned to distort the facts of their death.
Yuma, are you sure you want to face the truth? Your world will fall apart. The world that you believed in.
Your deduction is wrong. Don't disturb the peace. It's not even worth debating. Is this the best you can do to refute it? Just give up and die!
The culprit misrepresented their death by using the hitman?
With this, I'll expose the truth! The culprit misrepresented their death by using the hitman. The culprit realized their plan would be exposed if someone in the lab died from toxic gas. So they used the hitman to cover up their own death.
Use the hitman?
Meaning, the hitman wasn't hired to assassinate the doctor. They were hired to cover up the culprit's death by toxic gas.
Oh no.
Huh? The hitman's target was the culprit? Not the doctor? But the doctor was stabbed by the knife with the inscribed F. Doesn't that belong to the hitman?
All you would need is a similar knife. The story of Fink the Slaughter Artist using a knife inscribed with the letter F is well known.
Nah, we'd leave it alone until we receive further orders. Did you see the knife stuck in his back? It's the one that Fink the Slaughter Artist uses, right? I've heard about his knives inscribed with the letter F.
So, it was all a ruse? The real culprit made it look like the hitman did it?
Stop. Stop! You useless garbage! To hell with detectives and the truth! I won't let you have your way in my city! There is no real culprit! Dr. Weska was killed by the hitman!
Huh? What's going on? Who's the real culprit?
The real culprit. The real culprit is...
The time has finally come, Yuma. It's time for you to acknowledge what you've known all along. If the tiny crack spreads any further, the mirror will shatter, exposing the chaos of the real world. Knowing this, will you still expose the truth? Then, show me your conviction.
The clues pointing to the identity of the hitman's target. I know. I've known all along.
Now, expose the truth. Do it if you want to burn the world down.
Defeat Yomi with a key. The doctor's notes. The doctor found a notebook found on the doctor's desk. It has diagrams of a person being splashed with sulfuric acid. Doing this would cause clothes and skin to melt, rendering the victim unrecognizable. What was the doctor trying to do? There are mostly old research logs in the storage room, managed by Peacekeeper Director Yomi, but a section of the files on the shelf is missing. Whatever he didn't want others to see has already been disposed of. A photo of a young man and woman. The woman is wearing a white lab coat. Perhaps she's a researcher at the lab. The man cannot be recognized because of bloodstains on the picture. The death threat was sent not only to the target, Dr. Huesca, but also to the peacekeepers in the Nocturnal Detective Agency. However, according to Vivia's investigation, there has never been a case where Fink the Slaughter Artist issued a death threat. Perhaps the current case is special. What was the clue leading to the true culprit? The photo?
The bloodstained photo found in the hallway near the lab. There was a person pictured with a woman. That was the hitman's target. The real culprit behind this case. The blood obscured the person's face, but I know who it is. It could only be one person. It could only be...
How do you know? That person in the photo is the hitman's target. And who is it?
It's...
No. Stop! Don't you dare say another word! No one wants the truth!
I don't understand, but... Good luck, Master! I'm always by your side, haunting you!
Damn it! Who is the true culprit? Yomi, Hell Smile, Yako, Furia. Think. Please let me be wrong. Damn it! Are you kidding me?
Yako.
Why is Fuzzhead here?
Chief Yako was the only person attacked by the hitman in the lab. In other words, the chief was the hitman's target. But Chief Yako tried to hide that photo by tossing it behind the houseplant. He hid it knowing it'd be an important clue. And that's because the person in the photo is Chief Yako himself. It was given to the hitman so he'd know his target, and the chief tried to conceal it. Which means the blood covering the face on the photo was likely done on purpose.
Hold on, Master! Are you serious? You're really saying Fuzzhead is the culprit? Really? I don't buy it. You think he actually put together this elaborate murder? He's knocking on death's door just for this?
I don't want to believe it either, but there's no other way.
Don't forget this stuff.
The anemic vampire is going to throw questions at you back to back. Press the correct button when you think you've got the correct answer. You'll take damage if you avoid all assailing assaults. Why did Yako send a death threat to make it seem like a doctor was?
The phantom vanished. The truth has been mostly exposed, and the labyrinth cannot function much longer. Anything I do now might not matter, but I'll do it anyway. Because it's something I must do. While the chief takes his final breaths.
Vivia.
Yuma. If Chief Yako is the culprit, then what about that death threat?
Dr. Wesker must pay for his sins with his life. My blade shall be his atonement.
Why would the chief send it? If he was the killer. Answer me, Yuma.
Why did Yako send a death threat? It seemed like the doctor was in danger.
By sending that note, everyone would believe the doctor's life was in danger. Which was necessary for this sequence of events to take place. All the master detectives headed to the secret lab because of that note. Chief Yako brought them here to take advantage of their abilities and murder the doctor.
Huh? Their abilities?
Wait, let me read that again. All the master detectives headed to the secret lab because of that note. Chief Yako brought them here to take advantage of their abilities and murder the doctor. Damn it.
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert?
Why was the death threat sent to the peacekeepers? To use the disguise ability.
The note was sent to the peacekeepers because they were also part of the plan. When the peacekeepers received the note, they dispatched a lot of their personnel to the scene. The master detectives were able to take advantage of the commotion to enter the facility. They did it by disguising themselves as peacekeepers.
It would be convenient to have a lot of peacekeepers around if you want to get into the lab disguised as one.
This is why the peacekeepers also received the death threat.
Hey, you still want to do this? It's not too late to give up.
I am well aware of the danger. I haven't gotten this much exercise in a long time. But this is something I must do. I can't leave the chief like this.
Vivia.
Let's continue, Yuma. So, everyone disguised themselves as peacekeepers and entered the lab. You were already at the lab, and that's where you met up with the chief, right?
Yes, but we decided to split up after the blackout occurred.
Wait! That blackout should have caused a commotion. If we leave now, the peacekeepers will see us. I knew it. This place is crawling with them.
What do we do?
I'll draw their attention to buy some time. In the meantime, you two hurry to that doctor.
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused it, was that also the chief?
Well, who caused the blackout? Dr. Huesca.
That's not it!
Wait, what? What'd I do wrong?
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused
Wait, was there more than one choice there? Hang on a minute.
Is that also the chief?
Who caused the blackout? Let me pay attention this time. Oh, okay. I wasn't supposed to push that one.
No, that's not it!
Oh. Wait a minute.
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused it, was
Okay,
that
it wasn't-
also the chief?
Who caused the blackout? It wasn't Dr. Huesca. No. And it wasn't Yako. Oh.
The chief was with me in the security room at the time of the blackout. It's impossible for him to have caused it. So the only person it could be is the hitman. It must have been part of the job. He instructed the hitman to cause a blackout at a specific time.
But why?
It made us think the doctor was in danger, so we'd go check on him. We used Amapal and Fortes to get through the tight security system. Chief Yako had it all planned out from the start. He used us to break through the security so he could kill the doctor.
So, Master using Amapal and the Sheltered Skank's time rewinding ability at the panel chamber? That was all part of Fuzzhead's plan?
The only way to get past security was to use both Amapal and that Forte. The chief knew we'd figure that out.
I think it's more like he trusted us. He trusted that we would arrive at that conclusion.
I'm counting on you both. See you later.
Trust? How could this be a trust thing? He was clearly taking advantage of you all. He gathered the master detectives using a fake death threat, then used their Fortes to commit murder. What a scumbag! He used you all to get away with murder! Out of all the criminals I've ever met, he's the worst coward of them all! Master, grab that coward and...
Enough! Why did it have to come to this? Chief Yako saved me. He took me in. I had lost everything, even my memories. Sure, he may have been a little pushy at times, but still, I really admired him. So, why? Why did you do it? Is this about the woman in the picture? Chief, please tell me! Or
There's no point in asking. That's just a mystery phantom. It's not the real Fuzzhead.
I may not get the answer from him.
Master, watch out!
phantoms are a reflection of the same people in the real world, right? Which means he should hold the same thoughts. The photo behind the houseplant. I don't know what the chief was hiding. But that photo must have been dropped by the hitman after he was done with it. The chief picked it up and used his own blood to obscure the face. He knew the truth would be exposed if that photo was found, so he hid it behind the potted plant. He left his blood on it, almost like he wrote a dying message. But in truth, it was actually a secret he wanted to keep hidden.
Master, I think you know this, but to exit the mystery labyrinth, you will have to eliminate the culprit.
If he isn't already.
Eliminate? The chief?
Are you really going to do this? After all the mysteries are solved, the chief back in the real world will die. But you saw yourself, Yuma. The chief is already knocking on death's door. Will you still bury him in the name of truth?
The chief took me in when I had no memories, or anyone to turn to. I trusted him from the bottom of my heart. Now, I have to end his life?
You know, I liked it, surprisingly. The little bit of peace and quiet I found at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Vivia, you knew the truth behind this case from the very beginning.
I had a hunch. Because of my spectral projection, I knew the chief had been planning something for quite some time. But I pretended not to see. I admired him and the world he had made.
That's why you threatened me, and were so uncooperative in the investigation.
I knew you would reach the truth eventually, Yuma. But I tried my best to keep you away. Exposing the truth won't save anyone. Neither the chief nor you.
Master, you've already come this far. You've got to finish this. What'll happen to the other master detectives if you die here? Didn't you say you wanted to expose the truth and save everyone?
Vivia, you told me that the time would come when I'd have to prove my conviction. The conviction to accept the truth, no matter how cruel it may be. Now is that time, isn't it?
Yes, and yet you intend to continue. If you're prepared for it.
Hey! You better not get in Master's way again!
Yuma, do you remember when the chief's soul called out to us?
Huh?
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind. But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I always averted my eyes from the truth. For my own sake. My own peace and quiet. But I could never say with confidence that I was proud of myself. In the end, I was just running away from everything. That's why I entrust this to you, Yuma.
Entrust what?
You signed a pact with the Death God and your desire for the truth. I want to see your conviction. As long as you don't stray from exposing all truth, I believe you'll be able to face it, cruel as it may be. I want to see it through to the end. It's why I followed you here. In that sense, we're accomplices. If you must bring down the chief, then I will lend a hand. I won't avert my eyes any longer. I, too, want to live with my head held high. Because I, too, am a detective.
Vivia.
When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I understand, Chief Yako. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
Chapter 4, The Imperfect Insider. Deduction denouement. Okay, where is the secret lab located? Do I have that yet? Intercom. Knife. Oh, pal. Okay, I don't have that yet. Let's see. Death threat sent to the detective agency and also... Hang on a minute, let me read these other things. The door to the critical lab. Dr. Huesca is inside. A death threat to Dr. Huesca. The Peking detectives. A death threat was also sent to the detective agency. Meanwhile, Director Yomi. Death threat sent to the detective agency and also... Okay, that's the answer's not here yet either. How was Dr. Huesca communicated with? Okay, that's the intercom. Yomi and the Peacekeepers arrive. Yuma and Makoto are separated. Yuma is locked in the security room, looking up in surprise. Desuhiko and the others arrive to help. The three assess the situation. Fink, the slaughter artist, cuts off the facility's power. A power outage occurs. Culprit creates diversion seen off by Yuma and Desuhiko. The culprit is determined. Moves to carry out the plan. The culprit enters the airlock chamber. Where did the culprit hide? Knife. Oh, pal. No. Not that yet. Yuma and the others go to protect Dr. Huesca. Arrive in front of the critical lab. Confirms Dr. Huesca is safe. Dr. Huesca suddenly calls for help. Communication with Dr. Huesca is lost. What did the culprit use to get past security? Use Amapal. The culprit leaves the decontamination device. The three operate Amapal. The culprit jumps onto Amapal. Amapal carries the culprit through the toxic gas chamber. Continues to the panel chamber. The culprit and Amapal struck by high voltage shocks. Well, whose power was used in the panel room? I don't think I have that one unlocked yet, so... yeah, I don't have that yet. Redo, rushing into the panel chamber. Break through the panels. Press the switch for the critical lab. The door unlocks. The culprit jumping through the door. Lands and enters the lab. Sneaks up behind Dr. Huesca. The culprit wields a weapon. What weapon was used to kill Dr. Huesca? Okay, let me see what I've unlocked here. Peacekeepers, Amaterasu Corporation, and decontamination device. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. Alright, where is the secret lab located? Okay, that would be the Amaterasu Corporation. Death threats into the detective agency and also the Peacekeepers, which I think was this one. Alright. Where did the culprit hide? In the decontamination unit. Whose power was used in the panel room? Let's see. Do I have unlocked that thing? Fubuki's power. Let's see. Lands and enters the lab. Uses. Okay, here's where I left off. The weapon is a knife with F inscribed on it. Approaches Dr. Huesca from behind. A stab into the back, thinking of only one thing. The dying Dr. Huesca. Amapal enters the room as the culprit waits. Amapal is knocked over as the culprit escapes. Amapal's point of view after being knocked over. The culprit on the move. Arrives at the airlock. Watches from inside the decontamination device. Culprit exits the device after the detectives leave. Detectives find Dr. Huesca's body in the critical lab. Who killed the culprit? Who killed the culprit? What's this? Who killed the culprit? Fink, the slaughter artist, takes aim at the culprit. The culprit looks back. The weapon pierces the culprit's abdomen. The culprit collapses. Eyes focused on a photo. With their dying strength, smears the photo with blood. Out of strength, the culprit collapses. Who is the culprit? Yako. Mystery unraveled. He was gonna die anyway.
victim in this case is one Dr. Weska. This incident features a sinister and meticulously detailed plot centered on the Doctor.
The old geezer was holed up inside a lab at Amaterasu HQ. He was a total hermit in the critical lab, with a totally overkill security system.
The culprit made thorough preparations beforehand to break through that system.
Boom killing a shut-in is hard work. The humane thing to do is to reintroduce him to society first.
Yeah, with that out of the way. Posing as a hitman, the culprit sent a death threat to the Peacekeepers, the Detective Agency, and the Research Lab. At the same time, they contracted a real hitman and had him infiltrate the research facility.
They spilled the beans about Gramps being in danger to lure both the Peacekeepers and the detectives to the lab.
You see, the Master Detective's presence at the scene was an indispensable part of the plan. It was how the culprit gained access to the research facility, after all. The hitman infiltrated the lab exactly as planned. And we arrived with Makoto at the same time.
Stuff went down, blah blah blah, and Master got locked up by that dummy guy.
I was rescued by Desuhiko and the culprit, who were disguised as peacekeepers. With the real peacekeepers rushing around, the culprit took advantage of the turmoil to sneak into the lab. But after catching up with them, the power suddenly went out, separating the culprit from the rest of the group.
The blackout itself was caused by the hitman, right? And getting separated was all part of the culprit's plan.
Right. They used the blackout as an opportunity to hide in the vents in the airlock chamber. Afterwards, we headed to the critical lab to check on the Doctor's condition, just like the culprit directed us. But since that lab used a separate power supply, nothing strange had happened.
This whole "the Doctor's in danger" spiel was an act, huh? He made a fool of you, Master! What a dick!
But then, someone attacked the Doctor while we were trying to talk with him over the intercom. We had to get into the Doctor's lab.
But that time, the old geezer was playing games with us. And he even tried to kill you and the others with a trap! That bastard wanted to use your dead bodies! Really got you there, Master!
I don't see why you're so happy about it. The Doctor's sham made the case even more confusing. Even if we tried to get to the Doctor, the critical lab was guarded by tight security. The only way through was by using an Amapal. The culprit rode on it by emerging from their hiding place in the airlock vent and jumping onto the robot's head.
All aboard the Amapal Express! First stop, a shower of toxic gas! Humans can't protect themselves against the gas, but since it's not instantly fatal, it wasn't a problem. Next up, the panel chamber and high voltage shocks! One wrong move, and he was insta-death! But thanks to that shocking skank, we got all the continues we could want. So, we managed a perfect clear! The critical lab was finally breached!
The culprit had anticipated we would get through this way. They also knew they would die over and over as a result. The camera feed was affected when the culprit jumped on. I should have realized what was happening.
No use crying over spilled blood. On to the next thing! Where were we? Oh yeah! To open the door to the Doctor's lab, Amapal had to reach out its arm and hit a switch. And when the door opened wide enough for a person to squeeze through, the killer snuck inside.
Amapal can't follow any new commands while its arm is extended, so the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
Then, the culprit boom killed the old geezer using the same knife as the hitman. Gramps was pretty much deaf, so a backstab was easy peasy.
Then, the murderer tried to leave the room before Amapel entered. They knocked the robot over on the way out.
They then went back into the airlock chamber vent? To wait for you and the others to go by.
We entered the critical lab and found the doctor's body. The culprit used that time to get out of the vent and head for the hallway.
That was when they were found by the hitman. And stabbed.
They'd already been in contact with the toxic gas, so death was inevitable. However, dying by gas would expose them as the doctor's killer. So they hired the hitman to kill them, thereby concealing any involvement.
I guess that means the killer completely trusted in the Master Detective's capabilities. They knew those powers would get them close to the Doctor. But why were they willing to die to hide the crime?
I can't say for certain. Was it his pride as a detective? Did he simply not want his friends to know? Whatever it may be, I'm prepared to face the truth. The culprit who murdered Dr. Weska, and even included his own death in the plot.
Yako Furio! It was you!
I will expose the truth! But why? Chief Yako, why? Why didn't you ever talk to us about this? Why did it have to end this way? Why didn't you tell us? Is this really what you wanted? Can you even hear me?
It doesn't matter who it is. Exterminating the real culprit's soul and destroying the mystery labyrinth. That's why I'm here. Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case! Death to all deplorables! Ruin to the vile mystery labyrinth! Start the shining rainbow glorious stellar spiral! Master's naivete must be rubbing off on me. I mean, not even I hated Fuzzhead. That's weird. This mystery labyrinth is falling apart slower than usual. I wonder why.
We shouldn't let our guards down yet. Do you really think we're done here?
Huh?
Do you have all of the fragments of truth that you sought? If so, we could just leave, right?
No, we haven't uncovered everything yet. No, there are still some mysteries remaining.
Huh? What's remaining? I reaped the culprit's soul already. I know it's slow, but this place is starting to come down.
Maybe it's not directly related to this case. I don't want to leave any questions unanswered for Chief Yaku's sake. Please, help me, Shinigami.
Oh, fine. I can't say no to you, Master. You know I can't resist helping you when you rely on me. First, we need to reveal whatever mysteries are left. That should open up a new path. Lay it all out, Master! Puzzle it out! Twirling, twirling, twirling. You can do it, Master! You can do it, Master! Tick tock, tick tock. That's from it. You're wrong. You're wrong.
This is it.
Master's naivete must. I mean, that's weird.
We shouldn't. Do you really?
Huh?
Do you? If so,
No, no.
Huh? I reaped the culprit.
Maybe it's not. I don't want to, please.
Oh, fine. You know I can't resist. First, that should open up a new. Try to solve it, lickety split!
Oh gosh, I've had the mic off. What I was saying is, I hate to do this, but I think I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream here for tonight. Uh. Dang, did it? Because hopefully it's saved here. No, shoot. No, I'll keep trying. Because I don't know where it's saved last.
No.
Okay, I know it starts with an E at least.
Try to solve it, lickety split.
So, let's see.
Twirling twice.
E. No, it's not L, it's not Z. E. I think that's not, I don't think it's T. Don't think it's A. Let me try the M again. Oh, E, M. E, M. E, M. E, M. I feel like it has to be another vowel. Nope. E, M, A. E, M, A. Oh, I know what it is. In fact, what I thought was a T might actually be an I. Now hurry up and give me that L, please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I need the L. Hurry up, I need the L. There we go. The remaining mystery is Dr. Huesca's email.
Oh, it's a secret dungeon! The labyrinth must be breaking down so slowly because the identity of the culprit isn't the only mystery. But it's still definitely coming down, so you better hurry, Master!
Yeah, got it.
Yuma, I'll follow you to the end until you reach the truth.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if I can save here. Yeah, this is where I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for tonight because I went way longer than expected. So, hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel. Link below to see my past streams, as well as my Twitter to be notified when I go live or further announcements. I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing Trails from Zero, so hope I'll see you then. And if you'll stick around, I'll be dropping a raid. Let's see who we're going to raid. Let's see. We'll go ahead and raid Mr. Shion Petra 92, who's playing Void Bastards. So hope you'll stick around for that, and I'll see you all tomorrow night. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.